Okay, so I think the sound is going out now. And we're trying to see some weird audio issue has popped up. Always something fun and new. And we're trying to make sure that that Helder can hear me as well. And possibly that may have solved things. Helder, can you hear me now? Just nod the camera if you can. I think in my haste, I may have slightly unplugged the cable that sends our camera operator Helder up on the rostrum. His his audio so you can hear me. And I think our audio situation is sorted now. So if you are in the live chat, I do apologize. I have been talking this whole time and only have just been made aware, well, a few minutes ago, that I haven't been. Whew, okay. So Norik saying they're probably drinking coffee. No, I had my coffee at the hotel. Maybe I need a couple more cups of coffee to finish waking up. Program Sim Racing saying yes, you can. I'm assuming that means you can hear me. Great. And we do have a follow request for car number 3 if we can find him at some point whenever possible. So maybe we're on him now, but we'll see what this blue and white car as they come across in front of me. This is car number 7. It's fun. So car 3 actually isn't running. That is Miguel. Let's see. Diaz. Miguel Diaz from Portugal. Actually, Miguel, unfortunately, not running. Sorry about that. Nothing to do with us, I hope. Right. Okay, so let's see if we can reset. Okay, so let me see if I don't know why this is so Helder cannot hear me very well. No audio from you. So is car 3 not running, unfortunately, but we have Mauro, Caligari, Barbosa, Rocky, Cocker. Duarte just passed him over. Petrov, Diaz, and Didion Ho not starting this one. Right. Okay, so reduced my audio just a bit, and we're trying to figure out this audio change. May have been bumped. Our little mixer that we've got here may have been bumped slightly, so we're trying to figure things out. Just in the shutting down things last night or setting things up this morning. You never know. And we'll see what we can see. Okay, I think we're getting there. Let us know in the chat, as usual, if there's any issues. Sometimes there's so many things, little things to check, and it's easy to get lost in things. The audio is doubled, okay. Hopefully that is sorted now. Okay, yeah, perfect. Okay, thank you very much. Wow. What a start. Okay. I mean, that's just a reminder for me. Nope. That's just a reminder for me to always be checking, basically. Okay, so we're going to go quiet on commentary and figure out our issues here, so apologies. We are trying to figure things out here. Okay, so I think, Helder, if you can hear me, give me a thumbs up on the camera. If you can hear me, great. And I hope everything is okay with the noise and stuff like that. I can hear engines through my ears, although I can hear them from outside of my ears, if that makes any sense, from outside the headphones. I know I can hear them through a microphone as well coming in. So we do hugely apologize for, there was a little issue with the mixer, I believe, that I just absolutely was not aware of. That was the source of our sound issues, basically. So hopefully, I'll give it a few seconds and see if anyone in the live chat can now respond and say hello. So we do apologize for not commentating the last couple of racers. Sorry about that. Okay, great. Norix and Program Sim saying thank you very much. Okay, good. Okay, I think we're good. So yeah, on with the show. Here we go. John Thomas from Facebook saying hello, sounds good. Great. And on screen, there's two of our fantastic sponsors who are helping us bring you this coverage live. Let's start with that. Let's restart with that, because here we are. We're in beautiful, sunny Villarreal, Portugal, just east of Porto. We're not west of Porto because we would be in the ocean. That's something I said earlier, but I'm just repeating it in this sort of sing-songy tone of voice because no one heard me say it. So anyway, here we are. Thank you. This is RC Racing TV. We are here thanks to EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Operated Automobiles. This production, all weekend, it's absolutely no fault. These issues, absolutely no fault of our title sponsor, Senesi Motorsport, but everything else that is good and great about the coverage for this weekend is brought to you by Senesi Motorsport. So thank you very much to Natanelli Senesi for the third year running, providing us this fantastic title sponsor opportunity to bring you this coverage live for free all weekend long. So we've got Heat 4 on track, and there's all the rest of our sponsors there. Of course, we have Hobbywing is one of our great sponsors as well. Energy Fuels, El Ceram Speed Controls, and the fantastic Eolasi tuned engines, World Championship engines. And of course, GMAR here represented very well with the Raptor car and GMAR engines, and RC1 Racing with Franco Desiderio out there on the track in both of the categories that we're running this weekend. So thank you very much to all of our sponsors. Thank you very much for everybody who has been so patient in the live chat. I know that we have had our little issues, but we're done. We're done with the issues. All good from Ireland, all good from Brazil, and all good across Europe. So thank you very much for joining us. We do massively, massively appreciate it. So I think we also had some connection issues, major connection issues yesterday. I think those have also been sorted. And we will, we posted, recorded our pit walk already, so look out for that. If you haven't seen it already, head over to the EFRA Facebook page or the RC Racing TV Facebook page or the Instagram accounts for either of those. And I'm just setting up my mobile hotspot so that I can get some of the live timing on my... well, actually, I might do it just here because it might just be easier. It's not going to be... Let's see if I can bring up the live timing on the laptop. So many laptops and screens to have all the information to hand. Just to bring, so we have the schedule, so we can let everyone out there in RC Racing Land know what is going on. So we have, so we know when everything is happening. And what and why and where for. So today's the 29th. Let's just shut that down now. Right, so today being the 29th, we're done with time practice. We're in Heat 4 now of Nitro. Qualifying 3, 10:36. Yep, we are on schedule. Heat 5 is the next group coming out. So we have some interesting names in this one. As you can see on the screen there, we've got Burak Kilic, who he was top seed in electric. And we also have Nathaniel Senesi, who was our European champion from GT8 Naxos just a couple of years ago. So it'll be interesting to see where these guys end up. Also, Adam Izai, who is our GTE European champion, defending champion. Clive Connolly from Ireland. It's fantastic to have a couple of Irish racers here. Tobias Sutrick from Austria. Adriano Tergoni, Valerio Messina. I'm going to assume from Sicily, but you can never be sure. It's easy to make that assumption. So projected fast lap time, well, 19 in 7:04 is what Tergoni and Kilic are currently sort of scheduled for. It's predicted forecasted time. That's based on the race computer. And that time, as the clock continues, we've got that prediction gets a little bit better. Oh, Sutrick actually didn't start. So Tergoni and Kilic trading the top spot there, but I think Kilic has the, he's going a bit faster overall by 3 seconds, at least for projected time. So as we get, just going to move the mic a little closer to my mouth. So let's see, I think Helder, if the next car behind, I think this, okay, maybe not, but we'll follow this car. We'll see who it is. This is car 8 of Tergoni. Trying to find Kilic out there. Senesi has, he's just come across. Oh, we were following Senesi in that orange car, so we have followed our title sponsor, Natanele. He's running the Raptor car with lots and lots of Senesi parts on it. So it's not completely his own design car. He used to run X-Ray, but now he's running the GMAR Raptor. And a lot of drivers are using that are using the GMAR are running Senesi parts. Try and find. Okay, so if we go one car back to the blue car. This one here, blue car. There we go, perfect. That is Adam Izai from Hungary. Well, he's racing under the Hungarian flag. Or no, he's racing under the Austrian flag, but he's actually from Hungary, and he works in Slovakia at the Hoodie factory. So let's get that all out of the way. Not too many jokes about the Austro-Hungarian umpire. I tried that with him yesterday, the other day in the opening ceremony, which you can catch on RC Racing TV. Yeah. It a little bit before his time, as he said. So, you know, fair enough. Okay, so Adam Izai running the X-Ray. Of course, he is now a full-time employee of X-Ray. And as a car is, well, that's a bit early to, well, you don't want to run out of fuel at all. That's very early to run out of fuel. It's not even 2 minutes remaining. Well, just about 2 minutes remaining. Those holographic decals on Adam's car looking pretty cool. He's always run the single color body shell in touring car and even 12 scale, where he's a 12 scale European champion from earlier this year. And stock European champion for touring car from last year. And also the GTE European champion. Norix is asking, is Burak still on the Shepis? I don't think so. I think he's running the Raptor. The next time I spot him, I will ask. There's a few drivers who I've got the chassis wrong with. D'Angelo is running the the Capricorn. Sorry, he was with Genius a year or two ago, but he's now with the Raptor. I think he's running GT8 full time now. I know he's also a large scale racer. And see if we can find Kilich in the car 6. I think he's running as race paint in this one, so it'll be like white and red, but he might be running a single color like he is in GTE. He's running the white car, just going down the main straight now. Down the main straight, the white car. There we go. There's Burak Kilich running a different body shell now from yesterday. He's seated, I think 15th maybe. Well, 16th actually, because he's number 6 in this one. 15th, because there's 9 cars per heat group. So again, like I was saying earlier that no one heard me. Run is over, and he's finished. So yeah, that was all of his. So it looks like Doris, Tarragoni, and of course Sutric, who didn't start. They didn't finish. Oh no, Doris did finish. Okay, and second as well. So yeah, he was doing pretty good in that one. So it could be. I mean, Kilich, Doris, Senesi, and Izai. Campos. So we've got one more group to look at before we can reliably look at the ranking lists. But we'll just see. Let's see what comes up here. Ranking lists for quali. And again, this information freely available on myrcm.ch, so feel free to have a look yourself. And the next group coming out very, very soon is going to include our overnight TQ, Andrea Catanzani. He's not a junior anymore, but he is a very, very quick and fast young racer. His fastest run so far, 19.702. Alessio Mazzeo, world champion in this class, remember. Wait, is this GTE or this is GT8? Okay. Yeah, so Kilich doing a 707, his fastest from this round. So yeah. I think we're going to see improvements from basically all of probably the top 7 or 8 drivers in this next group that's about to come out. And as you can see, the names there, Andrea Catanzani from Italy, the erstwhile winner of last year's on track. He won the European Championship, but a very unfortunate disqualification gifted the win to Filippo Beretta, who was, to be fair, only about a second and a half behind Andrea coming over the finish line. Mazzeo, again, world champion in this category. Palosci, D'Angelo, Valente, B.A. Arnoldi, the only 40-plus racer in this one. Filippo Beretta, as I said, the defending European champion. Alex Zenchetin. Before I saw him on the entry list here, I knew him only as an off-road racer, but here he is running GT8. And Thomas Mendonça, the only Portuguese racer in the top group. Well, you'll notice that there's only 9 names there, and there's all of them. 9 names, and 7 of them are Italian. So that means in the final, someone just went off, coming off of onto the main straight, I should say. So let's head over to the live chat. Okay, nothing happening in the live chat, and we are in, but let us know if there's someone that you would like us to follow. If you know the car number, well, we can look that up, but if you know the car color, that would be super helpful. Because, yeah, unfortunately, this is the one time a year I get to see the GT8 racers, and luckily, most of the pro guys, most of the top guys, I'll be familiar with the colors and paint schemes, but otherwise, yeah, I do not know. I do know that Catanzani is running the bright yellow, Mazzeo running a white with blue outline stickers, and there he is right there. That's Mazzeo. And there's Catanzani's car, the bright yellow. D'Angelo, I think, is the red with the white stripe. So this is just warm-up. Well, no, this is the start of the run for these guys. Time counting down, but no one. There we go. Filippo is the first one to record a lap. 21.9 for Mazzeo. Catanzani, 22.7. So very fast first lap for Mazzeo. And this is Filippo Beretta. So let's stay with this one here. This is our defending European champion from last year, tasting the champagne from the top of the podium, the best place to have a big swig of champagne straight from the bottle. And he's seated 7th, as you can see from the car number on his windscreen. So he's got a challenge ahead of him. And he's still with the same suppliers of everything from last year. And here's the number 2 car of Alessio Mazzeo. Still, wow, he's looking pretty quick. After 3 laps, he is 2 seconds ahead of Catanzani. Projected time, the first 20-lap run for our GT8 category. So let's stay with Mazzeo for another minute or so. He's our European champion from several years back and our current world champion. He's rapidly catching Filippo. Countryman, but on a different chassis entirely. And I believe a different engine as well. So Mazzeo still projected 20 laps in 7:13, so he's well into the 20-lap category. With a 22-second, 21.145. Catanzani is the only one who can do anywhere near that time, 21.5. So I'm guessing cool track, fresh tires for Mazzeo on this. Remember, they only have 3 sets of tires to use for all of qualifying and for the time practices. And this, I believe, is, if we can find him, the gray car of... this is D'Angelo, I believe. What's the car number there? Car number 4 of D'Angelo, yep. So easy to spot, but hard to see, if that makes any sense. That gray kind of blending in with the background of the tarmac. Very interesting color choice, just all gray. So D'Angelo running the Capricorn. I think he is Pelosi, I think, also running Capricorn, or is he Genius? I can't remember. If someone in live chat remembers, we did go over this a bit yesterday. And here is the young number 1 car of the young racer who would have won the championship last year, Andrea Catanzani, if he can make it happen this year. He comes across to take second. Oh, no, he did, yes, so, but he just bumping out a couple of drivers. And he's forecasted for 19.7 flat. Mazzeo has slowed down somewhere along the way, a 19.701. So he was running very, very quick, but he made a mistake somewhere or got caught up in traffic, not sure. Now it's a 19.7 flat, so he's lost a second out there. Catanzani now projected for a 20-lap run with 7:21. B.A. Arnaldi in the bright green. There he is in the bright green. That's B.A. Arnaldi hunting down another car to put a lap on. And he's very slightly blocked there by that number 3. And that is Gabriele Palosci. Palosci from Italy and Arnaldi from France. Arnaldi has been running the Genius car forever, basically. He's been running large-scale Genius cars for many, many years and is a multiple European champion in that category. I'm sure he's a world champion as well. But he is a 2-time European champion in this GT8, the IC category. GTE being relatively new. So Palosci trying to stay with Arnaldi, but not quite doing it. Mazzeo back on a 20-lap pace. 20 laps, 7:20. Catanzani on 20 laps, 7:19. So they are swapping positions around up there at the minute with just under 2 minutes to go. It's Mazzeo on top, and this is the car 9 of Mendonça. But we're more interested in the white car holder of Mazzeo. The white car of Mazzeo, there he is. Luckily for us, he's the only white car out there. I think there was a heat yesterday that had 3 white cars in it, which just doesn't work. You need to have different cars out there. Catanzani, no, he's 7:20 for Catanzani now. Mazzeo improving to a 7:19. That's 20 laps for both of them. And who is this hounding Mazzeo, trying to keep up? That is the number 5 of Leonardo Valente. Not able to keep up on the straight, though. So Mazzeo seems like he's geared very well for the longer corners and especially the straight. That GMAR engine doing the work for him. There we go. You see a big gap now behind him. So now the projected times between Catanzani and Mazzeo have swapped. Catanzani on a 7:20, 7:19 for Mazzeo. Of course, anything can happen in a 45-minute final. So the actual starting order is kind of just, what are we doing here? keep it wide when you're. This is too tight, Helder. Just keep it wide. Because we lose him on the picture. Oh, and he's run out of fuel. He's run out of fuel. That's his 20-lap run gone. That's his 20-lap run gone. Let's see that happen again. Beretta has just come across the finish. Mazzeo, he's not going to get 20 laps. What has just happened to our replay? Sorry about that. I thought we had a replay. So Catanzani also not finishing. Oh, man. That is high drama for both of those racers. So Arnaldi taking that one, 19.701, and Beretta, 19.703, as you can see on the screen. Palosci with a 7.04. That's your finishing order for Heat 5, and that is going to really upset things in the qualifying because that is a better time than Andrea Catanzani's. Arnaldi, Filippo getting, I think he also beat Mazzeo. So let us see what that does to the ranking lists. If the timing has updated, and it has, Mazzeo now on top with his first run earning him a 0. His second run earning him a second place, so that's 2 points. His first throwout is that run that we just saw, Bernard Alain Arnaldi taking TQ for the third round, so that gives him a 0. But his first round was a third place overall, so that gives him 3 points. Beretta on 5 points with a second and a third. Gabriele Palosci also on 5 points, but Filippo with a better time overall. Kilic currently qualified 5th. Natanelli with 6. Andrea Catanzani, tragedy, down in 7th. And that's with 2 more heats to go. But he did have, Catanzani has a 0. So he's got his 2 throwouts, basically, is the run that we just saw, where he finished 14th, and his first round result, where he finished 39th. So those are his 2 throwouts. He needs to finish first, second, or third to have any sort of chance, and that's in all of in qualifying round 4 and round 5. He needs to finish first or second, I would say, to be in it with a chance to TQ. Now, as I was saying, while all that was happening, there's Catanzani at his marshalling post. I think he will have gotten his frustration out already, so don't read too much into how he appears on camera. Yeah. But I was just saying, as Matteo was running out of fuel there, is that the actual qualifying order doesn't matter a huge amount for a 45-minute main final. You can almost just pull the numbers out of a hat. However, you don't want to you don't want to be 5th and below, because there's always going to be some sort of pileup in the first lap or 2 or 3 that something terrible will happen to a couple of the racers. So you would like to be in that top 4 or 5 racers, so you can have a decent start without too much craziness going on. So yeah, pretty interesting there, and very interesting that even with a round TQ under his belt for Arnaldi, it's Alessio Mazzeo who, at the minute, with 2 more rounds to go, is our top qualifier. So we've got Carlo and Zadro, obviously all of Croatia, very, very heavily invested in this one. So, Helder, if we can start following a car, we are on time. We've got a live clock running. So if we can find Zadro in the car, let's just stay with this one here, that orange and green. There we go. And we'll see who that is. That's the car 3, who we haven't seen all that much of, Liu. And that is Friedrich Liu, one of our junior racers from Germany. So he's not had a great time. He's had a couple of DNFs. Okay, so let's stick with this one for a couple of laps, Helder. This is Sven Rodewald, also from Germany. He's a former four-wheel drive European champion for large-scale off-road, and here he is running in the GTE, and I think also GT8 categories. And we're building up the anticipation, because in the live chat, people are screaming for Zadro. So we're building up to Zadro, but let's see who we can. Carlo Benz, who I'm told that's how you pronounce his name. Carlo Benz is the car 7. He's just coming down the straight in the white and blue, Helder. White and blue. If you just wait there with the white and blue car. The white and blue. You zoomed in far too much. Just keep it like that. There we go. That is Carlo, a very popular driver in the live chat. Thank you, everybody who has been screaming for Carlo and Zadro. So the first final that we're going to see is actually going to be the C final of GTE. The C, the B, and the A finals of GTE, the electric or eco category, will be happening later today. They will be the final races that we see today. And a great shot there. You can clearly see that very nice paint scheme. So now the car 8. I'll try to find the car 8 of Zadro, the famous Zadro. So Carlo just coming across in front of us just now. It's the car 9 behind him. And it's the car 6. Where's the 8? Where is Zadro? He's definitely out there. He's counting laps. But does he not have the correct car number on? Ah, okay. There's too many white cars again. If there's 2 white cars out there, that's too many. So everyone out there in live chat, message Zadro and tell him, okay, we need to, you're doing good, but we need to have some race paint. So Zadro coming down the pit straight there into the infield and across the kink. You can see the body tilting. It's a great thing about these larger scale cars and the large scale cars in particular. You can see the body tilt, and it is so cool to see when you get that. You see the gap between the wheels and the body shell. Tells you the car is leaning very heavily to one side in these tight corners. There's not a lot of braking happening in this. Whoa! And he gets on the grass. Whoop! He got on the grass. Oh, and he got on the grass again. Dirty tires costing him a lot there. Let's see. Try to see what happened. He had already been on the grass at this. Oh, and he caught the AstroTurf. There's an edge of AstroTurf. It's not real grass out there. You can just see the seams in the AstroTurf. But he survived. So just a lap ago, he got on the grass at that point there. Dirty tires, and then that pushed him wide when he kept going the same speed. And he's let those cars go by, I think. But he's doing pretty good. I mean, he's doing far better than I could possibly do on this one. But yeah, I mean, look at all the people in chat. So go Zadro, and then multiple people telling me, oh, he's in the white car. He's in the white car. Oh, and he went over. Unfortunate. Sorry, Zadro fans, but we take our replays where we can get them, and he just catching that inside lip of the curbing, and that cost him the time. So that's going to be obviously a slow lap. So we've got a minute left. We have Sven Rodewald. We'll leave Zadro to it. So if we can find that yellow and purple car again, Helder. There he is. That's not him. The yellow front car of Sven Rodewald. I think this is him here, just coming towards us now. Jesus went underneath you, Helder. To the left. One car forward. He's just crossed the finish line, Helder. He's going down the straight now. There we go. The yellow and purple car. Clear wing, which is an interesting choice. I would put a little bit of paint on the wing just to make it look a bit more hypercar-ish. All of these cars looking like Ferraris or Paganis or Lamborghini sort of things. They're not a real representation of a car. A bit like touring cars nowadays, and that latest touring car is quite terrible looking. I don't even want to say the make of the car because it just doesn't look very good. But you can check it out on the ETS Facebook page. There are some interesting comments about it. Time has expired, and Sven here has finished his run, so everyone's going to be going into the pits now. So yes, speaking of ETS, we have another live stream happening right now as we're speaking and showing you these photos and pictures. Oops, didn't mean to show you that, but that's Zadro going getting sorted out. Right, so there's the finishing order. Sven taking that one with 19 laps in 7:07. So yeah, we do have the ETS live stream is happening, as I said, right now. You can check that out on RC Racing TV and the ETS YouTube and Facebook channels. Tomorrow we're going to be having the BRCA 1/10 Buggy Nationals, brought to you from Robin Hood Raceway by more members of the RC Racing TV team. So whatever your flavor of racing, yeah, we've got it all for you. We've got GT8, Nitro, and Electric. We have the fastest electric touring car racers in the world in the Netherlands at Apeldoorn for ETS, and the fastest buggy racers across England and the UK. They are gathered at Robin Hood Raceway, which reminds me, I just need to take care of something real quick. All right, so that is sorted. Okie dokie. So let us know in the live chat. I know there's many of you from Croatia who are joining us and cheering on Carlo and Zadro and Dario. But let us know where you guys are from and who you're cheering on this weekend. Plenty of names and brands to be cheering on. And here's one for the chat. What's the best chassis to be on at the minute? Taking an already good car and adding some bits to it, like Senesi and Gmar have done, or the Capricorn looks very interesting, very unique, at least among the GTE and GT8 categories. Is quite a unique looking car with the electric touring car style suspension mountings. No one running the really low CG stuff yet, but who knows? Maybe we'll see something like that. Be very interesting. But it seems like all of the cars are using the pivot blocks and suspension pill inserts, that sort of thing. This seems to be the common way to put things on. So the cars, as you can see, heading out on track now. And look at those hills off in the distance. We did have some fog this morning, so that probably helped cool the track down quite a lot. But here's your runners and riders. We've got Turco, Vaselli, Haka, Puziat, Salt and Dong representing Hobbywing. Nick, Dan Jones, who is our EFRA representative. Well, not this weekend, but he's anyway. And LeCollier and Cocker round off the field in the cars 8 and 9. So fingers crossed for Dan. He had some bad luck yesterday, but hoping things will improve today. So it looks like we have got everyone going. So from Facebook, we have Titoin Morbin, if I said that correctly, hopefully. Cheering on all of Team France, especially Genius Cars and Arnaldi. So B.A. Arnaldi, obviously a very popular and well-known figure here. So we've got a projected fast time for Nick. Of course, that time will start dropping as we get into, because it's a short lap. The very first lap is a very, very short lap. It's because they're coming out of the pits. Here's Dario Vaselli, so let's stay with Dario for a couple of laps. Dario has already donated one of his body shells to us for the RC Racing TV Wall of Champions, which is fantastic. Of course, he's a European champion in large-scale off-road and on-road. Doing the trick here for GT8 would seal the set for him, would be fantastic. It's going to be a tall order for him, though. I think they're still maybe developing that car. But the MCD looking pretty quick. But like anyone, he could always use more speed. But he's running second in this one, so he's got a good chance to move up into the second category, or sorry, into the main final for tomorrow. Let's see what the ranking lists look like for GTE and GT8. Sorry, for GTE, which is what we're with now. So ranking lists for quali. So TQ so far is, well, after 2 rounds, which isn't saying a huge amount, but top seed Burek Kilic is our TQ. Mitseo second, Senesi third, Itzai fourth, our defending champion once again. Tobias Sutrik doing very good for Austria and the S-Works team. Top genius is Arnaldi in 6th place at the minute. And fastest runs kind of split evenly between the second qualifying heat and the first from yesterday. Behind Arnaldi, we have Puziat, Zenchetin, and Hake, and 40-plus racer Herfried Puker from Austria. So that's an interesting one. But looking at this category, this group of racers, Vaselli at the minute 15th. But there is room to move up. His teammate Sven Rodervald, who was in the last group, actually his fastest run was the run that he just did. So I think we're going to, again, see lots of drivers move up from this, well, it's not a cool track, but it's a much cooler track than yesterday. And we'll see what happens with things. I'm just organizing the tabs here just so we can see how things are looking. Vaselli on a 20-lap and 7:18 pace. Still second. He's being chased, if not on track, but at least on the clock by Valentin Puziat. But Puziat is a few seconds behind. Nick from Slovenia is several seconds ahead of Vaselli. So you can see that as they come across the time. So let's see. This is Vaselli again. So let's move to a different car because we followed Vaselli quite a bit. Where's the number 5 car of Sultan Dong, actually? He's the white car just coming across the finish line now. So he's going the white car down the main straight. The one car back. I think, no, that's him. I think that is him there. The 5, there we go. That's Sultan Dong, our Hobby Wing representative for the weekend. And thank you very much to Hobby Wing for being one of our amazing sponsors. Of course, our title sponsor is Senesi Motorsport. So thank you very much to Natanele for not only bringing us some great racing, but also being our title sponsor for the weekend. We'd also like to thank Energy Fuels, Elstrom, ELSI Tuned Engines, and our supporting sponsors of RC1 Racing and GMAR. So Sultan here running out of Korea as a guest of EFRA. And he comes to many of the events, but this is the first time I've seen him drive around the track. And of course, he's running just the electric category only, running, of course, Hobby Wing motors and speed controllers. And he's being hunted down by, that's the number 3 of Tom Hocka. So Hocka fans, there you go. You got Hocka on screen, and that orange car chasing down Sultan in the white car. And I'm not sure the speeds that these cars are doing, but I would guess probably close to 60 or 70 miles an hour. That's going to be about 100 to 110 kilometers an hour. Very, very quick down the straight. Of course, instant torque, not like the nitro, the IC engines. And again, everyone running 3 sets of tires for the entire event. So we have an echo again. Not sure what is happening. Literally nothing has been touched, so I don't know what's going on. I have to check my messages to see if there's any issues. I don't know why there's an echo. I do apologize. We'll try. We'll see what we can do to sort that out. To apologize for the silence, but we're trying to figure out this echo issue. Get some. Get my headphones out. So hopefully the echo only happens when I'm talking. I mean, hopefully it never happens, but unfortunately that I'm just kind of talking just to see if the echo continues. And again, apologize for these little sound issues that just crop up sometimes. The wild thing is there's usually nothing that has changed, which is just really bizarre. Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. Things seem to just shift on the fly with the sound. So again, I'm just kind of half talking to myself, but half talking so that we can try to diagnose what is happening. This is, it's the joys of being live, you know. Okay. Okay, so kind of have to go with it for now, and just I do not know. I hope it goes away. Okay. Well, let's get to our movie camera. Here is Barrett Killich in the dark purple car, which is a very interesting body shell choice for him. But I suppose he's running a single color body shell in nitro as well. And here's Alessio Mazzeo. So let's stay with Alessio for a couple of laps. So Alessio again. Now just keep mentioning this because he is our current world champion in this category. He is our current world champion in this category. It's worth saying because obviously he knows what he's doing, and at the minute he's leading things. Yeah, we're again. We apologize for the echo and the sound issues. It just comes and goes. I'm literally touching nothing. I'm trying to move, like the various charging cables and stuff like that away from various other things. So we do apologize. But at the minute, Mazzeo on, let's see what his pace is. Well, Killich is just overtaking him, but 21 laps in 7:12. 21 for Killich, and Mazzeo. Mazzeo's 4 seconds ahead on forecasted time, and that doesn't seem to have gone down. In fact, the entire group is down, going fast enough to do 20 laps in this run, although its eye has dropped to a 19 and 7 flat, and that's why he's down at the bottom. See this here, I believe this is going to be Natanael Senesi. He's running orange this weekend instead of his normal race paint. Obviously it's lighter. And no one else is running. No one else is running the orange, so that's good at least. So I'm maybe going to have to. So what is plugged into here? I mean that. Sorry, I'm just trying to diagnose our little issue here while trying to commentate. But we have Mazzeo, Killich, Senesi Arnoldi has moved up to 4. Sutric. Austria, Zenchatin, the Machete. And this is BA Arnoldi. Let's say with its green car, because we do have some Arnoldi fans in the live chat. As we continue to try to resolve this echo issue. And Arnoldi looks like he's catching Senesi. The 4 and the 7, yeah. Just coming across in front of us, where commentary position is right at the finish line. So Arnoldi using Senesi maybe as a marker to chase down. It's always helpful when someone's just very slightly slower, just catching them and catching them and catching them by a tenth of a lap per lap, tenth of a second per lap. So Arnoldi's still just a tiny bit slower than Senesi overall. And just about, I think this is the 6 of Tobias Sutric. Going into the infield, past the kink, and across right in front of us, that is Tobias. Running in S-Works, and there's a good-sized Hongnor team here as well. Car 3 of Zenchatin, running the X-Ray. Zenchatin doing pretty good, running 5th. I mean, it's well into the main final sort of category of the area of time, so to speak. All right, so Helder, hopefully you can hear me okay. And I don't know about the echo, but great. And yeah, so if you can just, while we're trying to sort out this sound thing, just follow the cars as they go out, just for a few laps each at a time, just keep moving around. Okay, so let's see how this sounds now. Apologies to everyone. Just trying to figure everything out, you know. Not just this thing, but everything. We'll get into that later. So hopefully, do let us know, please, if you can hear us out there in YouTube land and Facebook. If the echo is gone, hopefully it is. The weird thing is, I cannot hear it when it happens, so I have to rely on hearing other people, basically, from Croatia. Thank you very much. Zagreb calling in saying it's fine. But we'll see how it goes. I'll have to just keep an eye on that as well. So, fine for now. Yeah. Yeah, Mateo and Kilic from another world. Yeah, in electric. Yeah, for sure. And yeah, so I did have a look while we were waiting to see what was happening with the sound or sound issues. Mateo with 2 round TQs. So one more and he's locked it in. So obviously the setup changes quite a bit from the morning run to the midday run. And then of course there's the final round of qualifying, which he may not even run. Why not save a set of tires? You know, why not save that run for that set of tires and use it tomorrow, because they will have the first of the A finals for GT8 later today. It's actually going to be literally the last race out on track today. But let's get back to what is happening out on track right now. We've got Nick, Taran, Gallego, Foliv, Damian Pelletier, Braus, and Fabiani out on track. Unfortunately, it looks like we've lost Jose Saez, or Saez, out there. But we are following, I think this is the car number 1 of Nick. No, it's a 7 of Fabiani. So we have been following him a bit. Unique with the different color roof on there. At least it's different. I think I would like to see, if you're going to run a single color body shell, just add a stripe. Even like a fade of, you know, red or something like that to go with the white. Just like throw red at the back end so you can at least tell your car from other cars that are out there. Please, please, please. So let's see who this is. Car, is this the 5? I want to say 5. Hey, good. That is Taran running second overall at the minute on an 18-lap pace. Not too far behind Nick, but actually is it's 12 seconds behind Nick. So Nick in the car 1 doing super good. So let's see who we pick up next in this minty green car. Here's the Nick car, or junior racer. So he is racing out of Slovenia. He's coming up on that pink and yellow car. Already passed him. That is the number 8 of Braus. But we're with, leading by 11 seconds at the minute. Remember, everyone on their own clock here. Qualifying round number 4. So there's one more to go after this one for everybody in the nitro categories. And here's our French racer in this heat, Christophe Braus. Running, we go from a junior racer to a 40-plus racer. We do have some French racers in the chat. Ivan Cinco saying, "Go, Nick, go!" So thank you very much to everybody in the chat, and even if you're not in the chat and you're just watching, thank you so much for being patient with us. We have had some unanticipated sound issues that we hope have been sorted. Getting on the grass there a bit. Well, the AstroTurf, I should say. If you do go too wide in that last sweeper at the end of the straight, you do end up hitting the AstroTurf, and you could, well, when you go higher on that curb there, Helder. So with the car 5 again of Tarin, we followed him already. So yes, we're going to drop back to someone new. So we do want to thank EFRA for having us here in Villarreal. We do really enjoy coming to the track. It's absolutely amazing, and we love it. This is Folev running out of Bulgaria. So we had 2 Bulgarian racers here with us. It looks like somebody has just run out of fuel there, that yellow car. It's unfortunate, but it is going to happen. You can hear drivers just trying to let off the throttle as much as possible, especially towards the end. Remember, in the main finals, no matter how long it is, I believe the rule still is in effect that you're not allowed to exit the pit lane before 7 minutes have elapsed out on track. And that is Nick, who's run out of fuel. So there goes his lead. Taran, you can see there as he crosses the line, finishes and takes over the lead for this round from Nick. So that was really unfortunate. Running out of fuel, literally just a few corners before the end of the race. Wow. That is absolutely not what you want to have happen. But let me finish running through our amazing sponsors who have provided us with basically the funds to bring you this great coverage all weekend long. Was that? No, that's the 3 car. Another, but he actually finished, so he did all right and actually won the heat. So Senesi Motorsport, as you can see, they're top middle of the screen is our title sponsor. Thank you very much to Nathaniele Senesi for allowing us to bring this coverage. We also want to thank Hobbywing, Energy Fuels, El Ceram, Elasi Tuned, and as you saw there on the results screen, we have GMAR and RC1 Racing. So we do believe that our sound issues have been resolved. So hopefully we can go through to the end of the day and just enjoy the racing. Someone mentioned to me earlier today a lunch break, which I'm just looking at the time schedule just to see where that might possibly fall. So we're in qualifying 4 now. We just started it, so... Not sure that we have much of a lunch break, really. No, we do. After qualifying round 4, we have a pretty long lunch break, really. Runners and riders in this one. So, yeah, after this this round of qualifying is finished, we do have an extended lunch break. So this is just warm up. There's 5 minutes between each of the races. This allows drivers time to put their cars back, come out to turn marshal, and we get the next group of drivers into the pits. And time has just started just now. So the first car to come across is this blue. And ooh, getting a slidey white there. See if we caught that. Just goes out a bit wide, catches the AstroTurf. So Helder, I think in the lunch break, we're going to have to look at the settings on your camera. We're a bit, it's a bit jerky. I think we need to look at something's happening with the picture, the video that's coming through the camera. Just so everyone is aware, we have noted that. We might need to just keep it a bit wide. Actually, it's doing it there as well. So yeah, we'll be looking at that. I'm just sending some messages about to try to resolve that. Meanwhile, we are with the number 5 car, I believe, of Michael Kocher from Switzerland. Nice bright orange. It's funny, it used to be you could tell the older drivers, and Michael is a 40-plus racer, so I think we can safely call him an older driver. They're the ones who would use, especially for indoor racing and winter racing, very bright colors on the body shells. But now we see, like Andrea Catanzani, basically his race paint is just bright yellow. And Senesi running the same color orange car that we see here. And Kocher getting past that yellow car as it went out on the grass. We'll see how that looked. Getting on the main straight. And then just going wide onto that AstroTurf. And but going nice and wide enough for Kocher to get past. So in this category for GT8, we've got Arnaldi with the TQ run. We have Catanzani with the TQ run, and let me just confirm who else had that 0. It was Maceo, who is at the minute our TQ in this category. With the time to chase down is a 19 lap run in 7:03. And that was in the second run yesterday. However, Arnaldi in the third run early today did a 19.701. So 2 seconds faster, but on a slightly cooler track. Catanzani, at the minute, he's qualified 7th, but obviously there's 2 more rounds to go. His fastest is 19.702. But both Catanzani and Maceo were on 20-lap runs before they ran out of fuel in that third round of qualifying that we've just finished earlier today. So it will be very interesting to see what happens. If anybody in the live chat has any predictions, do let us know. Yvonne's telling me, don't touch anything, Frank. I'm not touching anything. I swear. I mean, not at the minute anyway. But we are trying to figure things out. Okay, we're with, who's this coming around? This is car 7 of Duarte. So he just pops up into 3rd and then quickly knocked down to 4th. And then 5th by Mauro and Cocker. So this is heat number 2 of 5 in the 4th round of qualifying for GT8. And if all of that sounds very confusing to you, if you're a first-time viewer of RC racing, don't worry. Basically, all you try to do is just go as fast as possible. just do more laps than the other drivers, and you'll generally be okay. It's not that easy, obviously. Is that someone running out of fuel there, or just running very? Yep. That orange car's run out of fuel, but everyone except for Diaz has finished. And he pulled off a few laps previous. So, finishing order for that one is Mauro, Caligari, Petrov, Rocky, Cocker. So I'm just going to have a quick look and see what the qualifying looks like for electric. So Mazzeo, first and third rounds, he's TQ'd with 21.719. So if there's any question on which is faster, electric or IC, Eco or IC, just looking at the same driver running the same chassis, apart from the power plant, 21 laps in 7 minutes and 19 seconds for the GTE category. And the same driver, Alessio Mazzeo, 19 laps in 7:03 in GT8. So there's about a lap and a half difference almost. So yes, very, very quick indeed. Burek Kilic at the minute sitting second overall with a 20 lap and 7 flat. And that is his fastest run in the second round. And that was at the end of the day yesterday. 7 flat .2. Adam Izai, our defending European champion from last year, sitting third with a second and a fourth, so that gives him 6 points. And his fastest run, 20 laps in 7:13, and that is from the second round yesterday. But in both of those runs, I believe, Alessio didn't finish the second run, and that was Izai's fastest time. So, yeah. We're just trying something with our main camera. Oops. That was an old replay. Let's see what the... Okay, so let's hope the picture kind of smooths itself out now. I just heard someone flip upside down, slide along the tarmac. I feel like when you're watching MotoGP and you can hear someone sliding in one of the ambient mics. You just see that, and it's a car going over, and there's another one just gone over off camera. Got a nice view of the left side of the track here, but obviously you can't show everything on camera. So Dan Jones doing pretty good. I don't want to jinx him, but he's doing pretty good in this one. He's had some rotten luck all day yesterday, basically. And that was the green car is number 7 of Barriona, one of our local racers. Well, I say local. None of the racers the Portuguese racers that I talked to have ever been to this track before. It is a little large for GT8, but obviously the amenities and the facilities are very, very good for the certainly European Championship spec. We've been to a few of these things now. This actually was my first track that I visited for RC Racing TV back in 2012. So it sounds like a very long time ago, and it was. So Barriona and that green number 7. You go higher there, it's you dip quite a lot there. Yeah, that's a lot better on that corner as well. Let's see. What's the car number again? Number 6. This is number 6. Franco Desiderio. Yeah, let's stay with Franco for a bit. This yellow and gray car. This is the car of Franco Desiderio running from the U.S., but he's got an Italian citizenship, so he's allowed to run in the EFRA European Championships. We've seen him a few times. And he's one of our supporting sponsors. You'll see the logo on the results screen come up in about 4 minutes' time. So this purple car, I think, is Delgado, number 9. I may have gotten the number wrong. Number 4 of Del Aquila. There's the car number 2 of Almeida. Dan Jones, after a torrid start, and he actually didn't have a great round 3 either. Let's hope that he can just finish this run. He's doing really, really well. Don't want to jinx him, but he's doing really well. So we're with the number 2 car, I believe, still of Almeida. Ariona taking over the top spot now from Jones. And then Dan Jones taking it back once again. And here's Desiderio once again. So less than half a minute remaining in this one. We've left Dan Jones completely alone, except for mentioning him. He is actually the next car behind, but Okay, so if we hold there, Helder, and follow the next car, this bright yellow, there we go, that's Dan Jones running the bright yellow Capricorn. Patrizio here, and that number 1. This is going to be Dan's first full nitro category finish, and he's not run out of fuel. But that was Desiderio, who has run out of fuel in the 7 car there of Barriona. So yeah, here we go. Great job, Dan. And applause to Dan. Great job. I mean, that absolutely that sounds far more sarcastic than it actually is. It's zero sarcasm there. He's had terrible luck yesterday. And yeah, finished his first qualifying run with an 18 laps in 7:03. I mean, he's only 1 full lap behind the top boys, but those are the top boys. That's why they're the top boys. Next one out is Group 4. So we'll just leave you for a moment with the sounds of nitro engines getting warmed up, but we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Okay, we are back. Hopefully everyone's ready for some racing action. First laps underway. And I think we are with Daras, who's the first one to go across the line. So, and we'll come back to Burak Kilic eventually during this one. So who is that? This is, I think this is Campos. No, 6. Oh, okay. So this is Kilic here in the car 6. Again, still running the white body shell. So there he goes to the top of the leaderboard. And we'll have a look and see what his pace is. Wesley Van Helmen in the chat saying, "Go Burak." Wesley, I hope you enjoyed your little debut on RCTV News. So Kilic on pace for 19.702. Wow, that is literally TQ pace. Literally TQ pace for Burak. Doing amazingly well. Senesi on pace 19.706, a little bit slower, but possibly enough to get him into the main final. Again, remember, if you don't get into the main final, there are semifinals that you can qualify directly into. And then even if you don't qualify out of the semifinals, you're going to have the last chance qualifier, which is an amazing race. It's just going to be like 10 or 15 minutes of utter mayhem. And that will be, I think, possibly one of the last, that'll be the last Nitro IC race before the 45-minute main final tomorrow. So if you're watching today and you're thinking, oh, these guys are just going around in circles, just letting everyone go past, it's boring. Absolutely not, first of all. Second of all, you have to come back and watch tomorrow because tomorrow is going to be spectacular. And then you can finish off the weekend on Sunday watching the finals for ETS. So, yeah. Or if you're into buggy racing, there's always the buggy racing also on RC Racing TV. So, let's see where things sit. We've got Daras Kilic trading top spot, but it's actually Kilic with the 19.704 pace now. Slow down slightly. That's just because the first lap is very, very short. They don't actually do a complete lap. No, actually, that's untrue. The first lap is always just faster for some reason. Because their time only starts on when they cross the line for the first time. So ignore that. I keep saying that, and then it's incorrect. Of course, it's different for the finals because they'll be starting on the back straight. Time will count, and then when they cross the finish line, that's supposedly their first lap, but it's actually still not a first lap, a full first lap. But it doesn't matter. They're all racing for position at that point. For qualifying, of course, they are racing on the clock, just on the clock. So Kilic slowing again, just very slightly to 19.706. Best lap time, 22 flat. Senesi running a very solid second with his fastest lap, 22.2, and his pace, 19.707. And with 2 minutes remaining, let's hope that everybody makes. Oh, car number 9 has run out of fuel, or some. It's very early to run out of fuel. There's Franco picking him up. Let's see what the qualifying looks like for these drivers for Nitro. I say Nitro. Nitro is a very American way to say it. Sorry, it's IC. So at the minute, this is GT8. So 10th place in GT8. The minute is Daras, who's on track right now and just across the finish line. Daras, best lap times 19.708. So you need to be doing better than that, and probably by a decent margin. So at the minute, Kilic and Senesi are doing better than that. Izai is popping up in the top 4 now. But his current pace is 19.710. And I think Izai's just run out of fuel. Yes, he's the computer is, see where the number goes black, that means the computer is going, based on this driver's average lap time previously, where we've been expecting him to come by. Oh, and another car's run out of fuel. Trying to get straight into the pits. That is not going to work. That was the number 8 of Tarragoni. This is going to be very difficult, the next, this qualifying round and the next. And I think we're with Kilic still. So he is going to be certainly aware he needs to finish this lap and not run out of fuel. The drivers need to be so gentle on the throttle. So at this point, he's safe. And he's come across to win it by 19.706. So a little bit faster than Doris's 10th place qualifying time. But we'll see where that puts him after the next group of racers. Looks like Izai is just across once again, but he's lost at least a couple of laps there, I think. He was on a much better pace than he's actually shown there on the results. And we'll see those results come up on screen shortly. And there you go. Clive Connerly not starting this one, but it was Kilic and Senesi and Daras. Izai was, I believe he was on a 19 lap pace, but obviously running out of fuel absolutely does nothing for your overall pace. Don't forget to hit that join button. See all the benefits of what being a channel member of RC Racing TV gets you. Final heat of GT8 IC is out, and there's the drivers that are on track Catanzani, Mazzeo, Pelosi, D'Angelo, Valente, Arnoldi, the legend, Beretta, defending champions, Enchetin, and Mendonça. Of course, we have the nearly won-it racer of Catanzani out on track, and he was overnight TQ, but that has been taken from him at the minute. He finished at the minute. He's qualified 7th overall, and Mazzeo is currently TQ, but we'll see where things stand after this one. Cam Felton in the chat. Thank you very much, Cam. I'm not sure who's going to have hotter weather this weekend. Weather looks hot and the racing even hotter. That is very true. So this is just warm-up. All the cars got 2-3 minutes of track warm-up. Make sure their engines are on point. Idle settings, okay. High-speed needles, very, very important to set. This track is a very high-speed track, very little braking compared to some tracks like Naxos and Gubbio, which seem to be the preferred tracks for the Italian racers, which make up the bulk of the GT8 IC crew. There's Catanzani in the bright yellow, so let's eyes on Catanzani as he starts his first lap. Coming down the main straight into the sweeper at the end of the straight. First turn, then into this little hairpin. Down the pit straight into the infield here. This track is huge. It's designed for large-scale RC touring cars. It could actually work as a karting track for slow karts, but there may be mini motos. His first lap was a 22.3, Mazzeo with a 22.1. Bring up the live timing from myrcm.ch. You can follow along. And now we're with Pelosi, one of our other top racers. Again, an Italian racer. Out of the 9 racers on track, we have 7 of them are from Italy. So Pelosi are in that bright, bright pink. Catanzani taking over the top spot. So Mazzeo having a slow one out there with a 22, and then it must have been a 23 lap pace. I think this is Mazzeo here with the number 2 white car. It is. Even D'Angelo and Pelosi getting past Mazzeo, but now Mazzeo taking it back off them with his pace being a 19.706. Catanzani's pace 19.703, so Mazzeo has a job on him to make up those few seconds to Catanzani. Remember, if he's Mazzeo already has 2 TQ runs in the books. One from yesterday and one from today. This being heat number 4, or qualifying round 4. If he does one more TQ run in the quite variable track conditions, because things get hotter and hotter and hotter as the day goes on, as we're watching Arnoldi from France running the bright green body shell. So the setup's very, very different from the morning to the midday to the evening. I say evening, to late afternoon. This guy's going to be running, the next time they run is, I believe it's going to be around 4 o'clock local time. It's UK and Portugal time. And I'll be clicking off another lap as Mazzeo continues his recovery. 19.704 for Mazzeo now, his pace. But Catanzani is close to a 20-lap run. He slowed down a bit. He made a little bit of a mistake on Catanzani's last lap. And we're going to start focusing just on the fastest drivers here instead of moving around too much. So Catanzani slowing down his pace by a couple of seconds in his last lap. Let's stay with the white car. Let's stay with the white car, Helder. There we go. And Catanzani making up some time on his last lap. So at the starting line, they're about a half a lap apart. The yellow car coming down the main straight, Helder. The yellow car, this is Catanzani. So he's catching D'Angelo now in that gray car just ahead of him, coming around this little hairpin. Down the main pit straight, into the infield, around the big hairpin, and then there's the kink going past, and then this S around the finishing line. That is Catanzani. That is a lap with Catanzani, the young Serpent racer running Iolasi engines this year. And he hasn't improved his overall pace. Still trying to make up a couple of seconds. He's running a couple of seconds ahead of Mazzeo. Catanzani is one of these young racers who, we say it all the time, but he is absolutely due a major, major win. I believe he's already won a round of the GT8 championship for the Italian GT8 championship. So he's got just under 2 minutes remaining. He's running very smooth lines. And he has made up some time on that last lap. Is he back into the 20s? No, he's lost a little bit of pace. 19.701. He was on a 19.7 flat before he crossed the line that last time. But you can see on the real time there, he is still about a second and 1.3 seconds ahead of Mazzeo. And this time still on a 19.701 pace. So his best time, 21.8, and his last lap time was a 21.8. And those are not, he's just running consistent laps. He's doing really, really well. So I think they're starting to really focus down on a consistent lap pace so he doesn't run out of fuel. Coming across the finish line again, a 22.2 that time, so a little bit slower. So 1 minute remaining. Pelosi, Mazzeo popping up into the second place. Okay, there's a danger point now. He's coming up on, that's not Senesi. Okay, so if we drop back to the white car, just in the infield. There we go, just about to cross the finish line now. This should be Mazzeo. And it is, and it's 19.704, the current world champion and previous European champion in this IC category. He's also 1/10 IC European champion from several years back. And a two-time world champion last year in both the GT8 and GTE. 19.704 is pace. Now remember, it would be nice to start on pole, but it is absolutely not required. If you're first, second, or third, you should be able to pull away from the chasing horde behind as they squabble with each other in a 45-minute main. And, oh, there's that Catanzani who's just run out of fuel. But Catanzani has run out of fuel, but literally, and Mazzeo both ran out of fuel, but time has expired. They have both finished their runs, 19.701 and a 19.701 and a 7.04 for those two respectively. So the exact amount of fuel to finish their runs. And remember, in qualifying round 3, neither of them finished, and Arnaldi took the TQ. So Catanzani with another round TQ. It is all going to come down to the final round. Wow. Okay, so let's refresh things on the qualifying results and see where things stand before we go into GTE. That's your finishing order for this particular qualifying run. But we're going to look at the overall. Andrea Catanzani taking TQ. Well, the overall TQ at the minute and taking, for the round and for the minute. So Matteo, actually, he's got 1 round TQ and a second, sorry. So he doesn't have to, it's in GTE. I'm getting confusing myself. He's in GTE. 1 more TQ and he'll TQ that, which is very important because those are much shorter races. However, for Nitro, Matteo looking pretty good. Catanzani sitting on 0 points with a 0 and a 0, and then he has a 14 and a 39. Those are obviously going to be his throwouts. Matteo sitting on 2 points with a 0 and a 2, and his first throwout is a 2, which is good. Arnaldi with a 0 and a 3, so very tight between him and Matteo. His throwouts are much better than either of the 2 ahead of him. He's got a 5th and a 6th throwout. And then we have Beretta, the defending European champion, sitting on 5 points, tied with Paloschi, but he's just faster times, basically, than Paloschi. Burak Kilic sitting 6th overall. Senesi sitting 7th. Anton Daras sitting in 8th. And then Clive Connolly from Ireland, our second 40-plus racer, sitting on 14 points in 9th place. And then Campos in 15th. With 15 points in 10th place. So looking pretty good. Again, you want to finish, pole position's great. You get a trophy. You start on pole. You feel good. You get your photos. But starting first, second, or third is really what's important. So electric cars out now. And there's young Catanzani exchanging a couple words with Matteo as he walks past. And here's your runners and riders in this one. So here's the first of the GTE qualifying heats for qualifying round 4. There's Daniele Iolasi, one of Catanzani's primary sponsors and one of our supporters this weekend, as you can see there on the bottom of the screen. So again, we'd like to thank our title sponsor, Senesi Motorsports, and Hobby Wing as well, Energy Fuels, El Saram, Iolasi Tuned World Champion Engines, and GMAR Racing and RC1 Racing. So we're with Sven Rodewald from Germany, running this purple, mostly purple, but with the very slashes of yellow at the front. Pretty cool looking. I think this is Desiderio. I believe he's running the all yellow. In the car 6, yep, this is Desiderio. No, sorry, this is Gerd Pfeiffer, one of our RCTV heroes. The only, as far as I know, the only RCTV hero that's here this weekend. Norix R saying in the chat, here we go again. Go Carlo, go Mark, go Sven, go Zadro. So there's so many. We're cheering them all on. Ooh, and speaking of Zando, he just nearly tipped himself over at the finish line. So who's this? I think this is the car 1 of Barriona. Yep. So the other white car Helder is Zadro. I think this is that the 8? No, it's the 9. There's another, there's a third white car. This is the heat that has 3 white cars in it, which is crazy. There we go. There's Zadro. Good spot. And he's got, that's Desiderio behind him. So if you keep both of these guys on screen, we can satisfy several people at once. We've got Zadro in the white car and then Desiderio in the white and blue car just behind him. Desiderio, one of our sponsors this weekend. And Zadro, one of the crowd favorites, running out of Croatia. along with Carlo Benz. Oh, and Zadro gets wide. He gets wide. Oh, and something has gone wrong there. Our wheel is not pointing in the correct direction, so it's fine. Another car as we see what happened here. Oh, he just had no steering. Just had no steering, went wide, and then caught the AstroTurf, and yeah, that's a tie rod gone. And he's been picked up and is being carried away. Unfortunately for Zadro, but we're with the car 7 now of Carlo Benz, so we'll try to make up for it here. I think this is Benz, Carlo. Looks like a 7. It is the 7, as he can see it with my actual eyes, my literal eyes. And we're with, I think this is Gerd Pfeiffer, actually. Yeah, that's a 6. So this is one of our heroes, Gerd Pfeiffer. And he was wearing one of our coolest shirts yesterday as well, the Pit Lane Hot Sauce shirt. You'll see it come up on Alexander Hagberg every now and then. The little pop-ups between the races. So 2.5 minutes remaining now. We've lost Zadro and Rayus. Or is Rayus still running? Just a bit slower. Yeah, he is. Running. Zadro, I don't think he's come back out, unfortunately. Oh, here's a cool looking body shell. I like this one. This reminds me of the Mazda 787B from Le Mans, but obviously in the RC sort of style. It's not a checkerboard. Looks pretty cool. Norix, we did follow Sven at the start of the race, but there's a couple minutes left, and we'll follow him after this car because he is winning. We have so many. Oh. Let's see if we can catch it. Ah, yeah, look at that. Oh. So the Helger, if we go 2 cars forward, please. 2 cars forward to the, there, that one on the main straight. There we go. This is Sven Rodewald from Germany. Just satisfying a request from the live chat. And if you have anyone that you'd like us to follow, do let us know in the live chat. Try to give us a little bit of time to find them. Luckily, we know what Sven's car looks like. We've followed him for a little bit. Now remember, after this round of qualifying is finished, we do have an extended lunch break, and we'll come back to you at 15:30 Central European Time. Just making a note that we're going to have that info. Will come up on screen after the race, after the Heat 3 of GTE. So, races are finished. It looks like the The battery and motor and speedo situation has been sorted compared to what we experienced in Leipzig last year. It was, yeah, it was pretty intense. We had speedos failing and batteries really failing, which was never a good thing. Carlo Bench taking that one. Look how close it was. 19.710, 0.2, 0.8, and 0.8. Down to 0.04 of a second between Hao and Sven. That is absolutely super, super tight. So again, we're going to have a few minutes of quiet out on track, so we'll just have a tiny little bit of a break. Okay, so about that. It's getting a bit involved with a little project. Okay, so let's see what we have happening here. We've got Dario Vaselli out there on running his MCD. Running the very, that sort of, it looks more orange in person, I think, but that red and checkerboard blue and white, very cool looking, very noticeable paint scheme. And just behind him, who's he got behind him? Chasing him down, the car 4. Valentin Puzia, another large scale. Oh, and Valentin goes, wow. Wild, let's see that. That was a great catch. Just see at the top of the screen there, on the inside, and then just high sides it into the fence. And the fantastic thing is, these cars still run, mostly, usually. So great stuff there. Thank you, Helder. So the car 3 of Tom Hocke. Let's try and see if I can find him on track. Oh, we were just on him, so it's fine. It's fine. We followed Hocke for a bit, and we followed Pousiot for a bit. We followed Dario for a bit. So let's find the car 1 of Bryce Turco. That's Hocke again. The car 1 is none of these 3. It might be. I think we're on him now. This white, purple, and blue. Very distinctive. That looks pretty good. Almost Reinhard sort of. Well, I mean, they are the Reinhard colors. That's a pretty cool combo. Down the main straight, very, very fast. I mean, I still think they're doing at least 60, maybe 70 miles an hour down there. Remember the electric touring cars can get up to 70 and 80 miles an hour in normal world numbers. That's about 110, 120 kilometers per hour. Okay, so I think this is Turco that we've been following. Sultan Dong in the car 5, I think, is the white car. I think that white car there. Is this the car 5? I think it is. Yeah. Sultan Dong running out of China, not Korea. Mikhail Milanovic, you've turned on just in time to see Sultan go around. The picture seems to have gone a little bit jerky again. Don't know why. We'll try and, I don't know. We've tried a couple settings and we'll see what else we can try. But yeah, I would say pretty smooth lines. Sultan, of course, representing Hobbywing this weekend. Hobbywing, of course, one of our fantastic sponsors for the live coverage, along with Energy Fuels, Elserum, Elassi Tuned, GMAR, and RC1 Racing. And, of course, our biggest thanks is to Senesi Motorsport for being our title sponsor this weekend. Mikhail says he's been watching all day. You're not watching the ETS as well? You can get one of those straps for your hat that lets you, like, you know, you can have like a phone to one side of your vision, but be watching like what's happening in real life in front of you, and then so you can be watching all the racing. And I think we're back on following Tom Hocke, which is good because he's going quick. Did we have we followed car 6 of Nick? Where is he out there? I know we have a lot of people wanting to see how Nick does. Oh, it's the green. Yeah, there we go. Nick, of course, one of our junior racers once again, and running for out of Slovenia. Ah, Mikhail, you're not at ETS. Well, who's at ETS then? So young Nick, one of our, we got several junior racers here. So driving pretty smooth. I'm glad to say that today seems to be a cooler day so far for us. So it's not quite as hot. And time has started to expire for everyone. And there's the finishing order. Nick doing really well to hit 20 laps, 7:18, just a second ahead of Tom Hackett. And Pouziot rounding out the top three. Okay, so we're just uploading the pit walk that we did earlier today, and you'll be able to watch that as soon as this race, this last qualifying race of round 4 of qualifying. Then we're going to have a bit of a break, but you can watch our pit walks. They're not really all that time sensitive. There's a nice little chat with Dario and Sven and Dan and Burak yesterday, and we talked to Filippo and Natanelli earlier today. So make sure and check those out. These are getting uploaded. Mikhail saying that the drivers are looking after themselves at ETS, so that's dangerous. You can't trust the drivers to do anything, can you? They'll always want to be like Can you reset this, and can you download that, and can you upgrade this? Can't trust the drivers to do anything, can you? That's crazy talk. So a bit of news a little while back from ETS. Bruno. That's all I'll say. Wow. And Volker. Lucas stepping it up. Fantastic stuff. That's great to see. Ivan asking, is Mario Apparetta driving today? I don't think so. That is not a name that I remember seeing anywhere on the list sheets. We have a last name of Maria, but there's no Mario, and I don't see anyone named Apparetta. So as you can see, the drivers are starting to come out. And starting the laps, time changes. The clock changes every time they cross the line. So you're not seeing things. The time does change because each driver has their own individual clock, like a time trial. It is still just qualifying, but we have this is the fastest group of racers that we've got out there. That's why you see European and world champion Matseo. Barak Kilic, our top seed racer, normally an off-road racer, but here he is running GT8 once again. Antonelli Senesi, former European champion for the IC category, doing pretty well, obviously in the top group. Last year's defending champion for GTE, which is this category here, Eco or Electric, whatever you want to call it. He's running in the top 3 at the minute. We'll bring up the live timing screen so we can see what their forecasted times are. 20 laps, 7:02 at the minute for Matseo. Be curious to know what sort of tires they're running. We're like 1 or 2 runs older. He's just gone to 21 laps, 7:20. Now remember, his fastest lap time, Matseo, was 21:7:19, and if I remember right, if he TQs this round, he will be overall TQ, and that is, yes, that is correct. I had him mixed up in GT8 because he is also second at the minute in that overall. As far as consistency, Matseo is top dog. He's top 1 or top 2. Well, top 2 in both classes at the minute. 4.5 minutes remaining. We're with Arnaldi in that bright green. Matseo finishing another lap. That puts him at 21:7:20, clear ahead of Kilic. And this is, it's not Catanzani, but it's number 6 of Sutric. Very quick racer from Austria. I think he's usually at ETS as well. So let's find, I think this white car is Mazzeo. Oh, well, there's two. Okay, so the number 2 is Alessio Mazzeo, our erstwhile TQ for the category. He may wrap it up right here. Got 3.5 minutes remaining. And he's chasing down Kilic in the 1 just ahead of him. And behind him is Alex Zenchetin in the other white car. So Zenchetin not going to factor in this one. Kilic, the car just ahead. And running second at the minute. Now let's stay with Mazzeo, the other white car. One car forward, Helder. The other white car. There we go. So this is possibly on a TQ run, so we need to stay with him. Kilic actually just doing the exact same time as improving, but then made a mistake. He was on a 20 lap 7:02, and it just dropped to 20 lap 7:04. So the next car just ahead is Kilic, and I believe they're running the same car. Doesn't necessarily make them teammates, but they are pitting very close to each other and sharing setup secrets. So I'm sure they don't want to bump into each other or cause any undue panic. Mazzeo looking very, very strong. His pace has improved to 20 laps 7:01. He's very close to his 21 lap run. So this purple car just ahead of the white car is actually, no, it's the blue car just ahead of this one. But anyway, so he's gotten past. So let's stay with the white car. So that was Maria. So if we keep it wide, Helder, between showing the blue car and the white car. There we go. Just so we can see them both in shot. There we go. That's great. Because these are our top 2 protagonists for the GTE category in this round of qualifying. And later today, they are going to be racing heads up for position, the first of 3 finals. And all Mazzeo has to do is just stay behind Burak. He does. Ooh, Burak gets a little bit loose there. I think he got a little bit high on the curbing coming off of the main straight. So it's Burak takes over the top spot, and then Mazzeo comes by and just snatches it off him. But Mazzeo is clearly 2 seconds overall speed faster than Kilic. And we will be having some very quick interviews with the TQ racers. Mazzeo has finished, and they both finished 2 seconds apart, just as the computer had predicted. And these GTE racers handling the heat much better. So that is overall TQ for Alessio Mazzeo. Fantastic. We'll get an interview with him and have it on EFRA socials very, very soon. But meanwhile, we have a lunch break, so we'll put a message on screen. And there we go. We'll return at 2:30 UK or Portugal time, or 15:30 CET. So come back. We'll leave things rolling as we have them. And I'll have a look at a couple of little technical things. But there's our overall finishing positions. Mazzeo taking that round and the overall TQ. Good afternoon, race fans. We returned from our very nice lunch, I must say. How is everyone out there in RC Racing TV land? So the marshals are starting to get called out to their positions, and we're going to start seeing people walk across the track. So we're going to take the message off the screen now, and we're just a few minutes away from getting back into some track action. So, just to wrap things up, first of all, thank you to everyone who's watching. You're watching RC Racing TV on EFRA, European Federation of Radio Operated Automobiles. We are the official media partner of EFRA, which is the governing body of the sport of radio control models across Europe and the UK. Of course, there's other individual country federations and local rules organizations and stuff like that, but EFRA organize and bring together all the various organizations across Europe to bring you European championships and lobby on the behalf of European racers on the world stage, that being IFMAR. So a lot of the rules that are made for IFMAR, such as for EFRA, I should say, such as body shell dimensions and motor specifications and batteries and such like that. They make their way to ROAR and IFMAR and, of course, all the national and regional events. And that's why you have certain battery sizes and all sorts of various things like that. So it's a very long and storied organization. There goes our GT8 TQ man, Alessio Mazzeo. So you can hear the engine starting to warm up. And we'll try to very quickly do some housekeeping. So first of all, thank you to Senesi Motorsport for being our title sponsor this weekend. We're going to have a little special video where Nathaniele Senesi is going to talk us through his modifications to the GMAR Raptor chassis and just showcase things for us. And you'll be able to see that on the EFRA and RC Racing TV channels channels, I say, social media channels very, very soon. Also, we want to thank Hobbywing, Energy Fuels, L-Surround speed controllers, and ELASI-tuned world champion engines for being our sponsorship partners all weekend long, and also to GMAR Racing, makers of the GMAR Raptor and also the engine. And, of course, RC1 Racing as well. So that's our sponsors. Thank you to everyone, again, who has stuck around and is staying with us for the rest of qualifying. Frostback 215 saying, hey, fellas in the yard doing track maintenance with the car and storage. Happy qualifying. Thank you very much. And, of course, good luck to everybody in the fifth and final round of qualifying. Simran Dangerous Tiger from Malaysia. Saying hello from Malaysia. So we're starting to get more and more people in the live stream now. And here's your runners and riders. Actually, this is the previous heat. Ignore this one. But this does show that Alessio Mazzeo TQ'd the last round of, the fourth round of GTE qualifying, the Eco class. And that gives him 3 round wins and sets him as overall TQ. So he'll be starting on pole, which is a fantastic result for him. Of course, they'll be having 3 7-minute races to do their triple finals for the the C, B, and A. The first one will be kicking off later today, actually. It'll be the very last set of races on the track and the first of our finals. So we're about to go into, as you can see at the top there, GT, or the IC section. Qualifying round number 5 and heat number 1. There's 5 heats of GT8 racing, or GT. And the first racers out on track are Nick Znederik, one of our junior racers, so he's under 16, from Slovenia. And we also have 2 40-plus racers, Saiz and Gallego from Spain, Bulgarian racer Folev, another 40-plus racer. Well, everyone else is 40-plus racers. So Tarin from Spain, Pelletier from France, Fabiani from Italy, Braus from France, and Damian Petrov from Bulgaria. So we're going to go to our moving camera with Helder on the controls. And we'll just follow. I think Nick is the very first one out. So he's an easy one to follow, that green sort of looking car, that mint green car. So we have many, many people following from the Balkan states and Slovenia. We have several Croatian racers here, which is great to see. Oh, and Nick has, something has gone wrong with Nick there. Let's see if we caught that on replay. Oh, sliding on his roof and then hitting the wall pretty hard, but ending up on his wheels. So in the end, kind of okay, but he lost a lot of time there. So we lost at least 3 or 4 seconds there. So this yellow car is our next, well, I don't want to say victim, but as he makes his way past that car. So getting his sort of position on track back, but it's going to take some effort, some real effort, and no mistakes to get all that time back. Yeah, Nick got wings. Exactly. So this next car is the number 7 of Fabiani, who hasn't been having a great time out on the track. It's been a couple of qualifying rounds that he hasn't been able to finish, but that's kind of the story for a lot of the GT8 IC racers. Running out of fuel, running just a little bit too rich. Because you have to run rich to keep the engine cool. These are air-cooled engines, but the oils in the fuel help cool the engine as well from the inside. And as the oil gets burned away, it's mixed in with the fuel. So you have to run it a bit rich. But if you go too rich, or if you're a little bit too happy on the throttle, you really start to get tight on fuel at the very end of your 7-minute run. Now remember, in the main finals, cars are not allowed to exit the pits before 7 minutes have elapsed. So you could come into the pits at 6.5 minutes and top up your fuel, but we'll see drivers, these guys are not really, this is the slowest way to get around the track if you're both of these drivers, really. So this car here on screen now, I missed who that is. I think it's number 2, I'm not sure. Really needing to get past that yellow car, but then just driving a bit too cautious. And it is the number 2 of Saiz. So I missed which cars that we're following here. I want to say it's 6, but I'm not sure. So we've got a group of 3 cars. And the colors are starting to get familiar. The name's obviously very familiar. But because they change every 7 minutes, so it's the 6 in the lead of this group and then the 8. So it's Pelletier and Brous. This is Pelletier, who we're following from France. Oh, hitting that. See that one again. He stayed on his wheels, though, so that's good. He didn't get flipped over. But cutting that curb just too tight. And back to the live action. Another one cutting the curb there just in front of the finish line. Oh, that's not the quick way around the corner. It's car 5 of Taran. Is the car 4 in the yellow of Folev, one of our Bulgarian racers. We've got 2 in this race. Well, we have 2 Bulgarian racers, and they're both in this race. So hopefully, I'm sure by now they've figured out their mechanicking split, where they have a mechanic each. Who knows? Yep, taking it too tight. You can, the cars are just too they're too low to the ground to really try the hook in thing like a rally car driver would do. Right, here's Brous. Recognize the scheme. So let's see what the live timing says. So Nick is again leading this one. He did run out of fuel just at the very end of his last qualifier. And that allowed, I think it was Folev and Fabiani to get ahead of him. So hopefully he'll be able to finish this run. But at the minute, he's one of only 3 drivers that are on an 18-lap pace. The size, well, now it's dropped down to only 2 drivers in on 18-lap pace. So Nick is on a 18.715, and Size is 9 seconds behind. Well, now 7 seconds behind. I think someone's just run out of fuel with just 8 seconds left. Just heard the inevitable sound of the last picoliter of fuel being run out. I think it's Nick again. He's going to miss that last lap. No. This is the last qualifying run as well. What happened, Nick? Of course, when they come out to start their qualifying, they're absolutely brimmed. Absolutely as full as you can get with fuel. So just the tiniest turn of that high-speed needle to make it a little bit richer would have done it, given him an extra lap to finish, and that's the number 2 of Saez. So our top 2 and the number 6. And another one, the number 4 is just flamed out in front of me. This is going to be carnage coming up in the finals tomorrow. Yeah, this is going to be pretty crazy to follow along. But there is our finishing order. So Folev taking that one for Bulgaria. Nick, once again, missing out on an 18-lap run. Who knows where that could have put him. Of course, in several races' time, we'll see where everyone has finished. Don't forget to hit that join button to see all the benefits you get for being an RCTV hero. You get stickers if you join at the right level. You get priority follow requests. You get all sorts of great stuff if you hit that join button and join. So yeah, a bit of drama there again for young Nick. If anyone out there in who's watching knows who his mechanic is or knows Nick themselves, definitely find out if that was just over-enthusiastic throttle application or just an engine setting gone just a tiny bit wrong. Because the day has gotten a little bit warmer. It's nowhere near as hot as yesterday. Yesterday was pretty warm. It got up to 31 degrees. The day before, it was up to 35. And, of course, we're getting towards that last round of qualifying where the temperatures are going to be super, super hot. Or as hot as they're going to get for qualifying, I should say. So remember, 3 rounds of qualifying that they're doing today. So this is the last and final set of qualifying. The next set of cars already out on track for their warm-up. We've got many more people joining us in the live stream. Thank you very much for joining us. If you want to pop into the live chat, certainly do so. You do have to be a subscriber to join the live chat. That just keeps the spam bots from bothering everyone. But, let us know where you're watching from and who you are cheering on. Some cars coming in for their last droplets of fuel already. 30 seconds to start, and it's if you're going at race pace, it's about a 22 to 24 second lap, depending how quick you are. So cutting it close, some of these who are still going round. And we're counting down from 10 now. You can see the cars out on track. So I think everyone is checked in. Got Bruno Barbosa from Ireland, Petrov Plamen from Bulgaria, Emanuele Rocchi, Miguel Diaz, Pietro Mauro, Michael Cocker, Didion Ho, one of our 2 visiting racers from Asia, Emanuele Rocchi, Petrov Plamen. And they started to jump around already on the timing. You can see there Fabio Caligari, I think was the last one that I hadn't mentioned. And Petrov is missing. So you don't know what's happening. You don't want to miss a qualifier because that is an instant, very huge disadvantage. So 2 orange cars out there. I think this one actually has like a stripe or a fade of dark color on the outside, on the bottom edge of it. So it's the number 6 of Didion Ho from Taiwan. So yeah, let's just stick with this. Just stick with the car. So this yellow car. I missed who it was. Number 4, Pietro Mauro. Or Mauro Pietro. It could be either way, really. And across the line, our leader, this is our leader actually, of 18.706 is his pace at the minute. Fabio Caligari on 18.711, 18.712 for Mauro. Of course, they're jumping around quite a lot, so it's hard to read the names, hard to read the lines as they're moving up and down on the screen while trying to read off the results. So 3 cars together. This could be dangerous. Nice, easy, well, not an easy pass. It's, in these lower heats, it's very difficult to ask someone to move aside. They might not be used to it. Club racing, you don't really get this sort of thing. And you don't know the experience level of some of the drivers. If they've been to Euros before, okay. So this is the number 1 car, I believe, of Petrov, who, well, yeah, let's stick with this one because very, very late to the track. So, I mean, at best, this is just a shakedown run. He's unfortunately not going to accomplish anything. Actually, is this the 7? If this is Petrov, I don't want to say that it's pointless coming out on track, but he's not going to accomplish anything by coming out for a qualifier except for just some track time. It's actually the number 7 of Duarte. But Petrov is running, which is what confused me. So these 3 cars still together. I know, been joined and split apart. It's a different set of 3 cars now. Ooh, that was a tight one there. See if we can see that again. It's an interesting pass anyway. It's a double apex, and that purple car just clipping it, and able to get past and ahead, and still hit. Oh, and oh man, what happened there? No. Our replay caught the last bit of the replay, but you could see just there. That's what happened. I mean, you don't stop in the middle of the corner. Just go a bit wide. Just go a bit wide. But this is the danger of being in one of the lower qualifiers, because don't really know the quality of the drivers that you're going to be stacked against. If you're a good driver, but you've had some terrible luck and you're starting fairly low down. You see the top of, there's 2 sections of pit areas here. If you want to see what they look like, just check out the Portugal Pit Walk on RC Racing TV, Facebook, or Instagram, or on EFRA's Instagram or Facebook. So it's uploaded to both of those locations, well, all the 4 of those locations, as well as part of the stories that live for 24 hours on the networks. But you can always catch the full version in the normal Instagram or Facebook feeds. So we're down to less than a minute now. Rick Say says he's watching from Australia. G'day. How popular is GT8 racing in Australia? I'm curious. I tried to ask that question for all of the drivers that we met at the opening ceremony, which you can watch on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. And thanks, eSky Lid 2. I will pass that message along for sure. So time has finished. Let's see what the live timing says. Mauro, Cocker, and Caligari, that's your top three. As the number 9 car, Barbosa, has run out of fuel before he's crossed the finish line. And the number 3 of Diaz has finished, luckily. And these two are finished as well. So just... there's no need to go around and do another lap because that's just going to hold everyone up now. It's the number 1 of Petrov, who, well, to be fair, he was missing some laps. Somehow, after not starting the race, he's finished 3rd. Well, the heat. It's not a race, technically. Yeah. So he possibly could have finished much better up the order, even though, even better than 3rd, if he had been out on the track in time. So heat 3 getting ready to come out on track. So today the high is only going to be 28. Tomorrow, finals day, it'll be very slightly cooler, 27 degrees. Which, if you're watching from America or anywhere else that uses the ancient system of Fahrenheit, that's 83 degrees. So Franco Destero not checked in yet for this one, but we do have Dan Jones, Henrique Almeida, Carly Lopez, Giacomo Dell'Acqua, Mark Giacchetti, Hal Barriona, Raul Fernandez Guisado, and Christian Delgado Mendoza. So we got a couple of 3 40-plus racers and a junior. So 30 seconds to start. We're going to start seeing these cars come in for their final droplets of fuel. And time has started. And you'll start to see these drivers, as they cross the line, they'll be setting off their own clocks. So everyone on their own little time trial system. So first laps are going to be starting to click off here. So 24, 22.8, 23.8, 23.8, 23.6, 22.8. Very good for this group. That's that's 0.8 of a second faster than everyone else. 0.7 faster now, I think. So after this race, we've got two more groups of 9 racers each in the GT8 category, and they will be out for their final, the very last qualifying runs. And who is going to be the TQ? Well, we just don't know yet. It's very likely going to be between Alessio Mazzeo and Andrea Catanzani, both Italian, but on different machines, running different engines. One is running our live stream sponsor, Ialasi tuned. That is Andrea Catanzani, and that is fitted into his Serpent. And Alessio Mazzeo is running one of our other sponsors' cars, the GMAR Raptor, with a GMAR engine. And Catanzani, a former GMAR engine user. So we'll have to see what we can see. So Dan Jones topping the timing sheets of the minute with 5 minutes remaining. Barriona, Delgado, Dell'Aquila, Fernandez, Desiderio just popping up into the 6th spot. Giachetti, Almeida, and Lopez has pulled off after just one lap. Yellow car. Let's give Dan a little bit of screen time. I think that is him there. The yellow car. 2 cars forward, Helder. There you go. I'm pretty sure that is Dan Jones in the car number 1. Oh, and he's got someone all over the back of him. Very eager to get past. I want to say it's Barriona. Or Dell'Aquila. Dan Jones, is he slowing down just to make sure that he makes it to the end? He had a torrid first day of qualifying. I think he's just allowing those 2 drivers of Delgado and Dell'Aquila to get past him so that he doesn't push his engine too hard. It is a borrowed engine. And you don't want to do anything bad to a borrowed engine. Okay, so if we move forward to the 2 cars that have... these 2 cars here. One of these will be forward 2 cars. Helder, move forward 2 cars. This car down the straight. Nope. He's slowing down as well. So this yellow car. 2 cars forward, Helder. The dark yellow car. This car there. And we'll see the number as he comes across. It's the car 5 of Giachetti. There's one of the cars that passed Dan Jones on track, but now Dan has gotten past him on the timing screen anyway. So Giachetti now leading. This is the leading car. No, sorry. Getting mixed up here. Paying too much attention with stuff going on off screen. This is the 5 of Giachetti. So, yes, he was leading. And he's leading again. But now he's battling basically with Delgado. But now Delgado has gone past the finish line, not popped up into the lead. So Giachetti definitely staying in the lead. So Dan Jones going to be happy with a 3rd place in this one. He's not going for the win in this group. It's a bit pointless. He just wants to finish well. He doesn't need to win the group. And I'm sure he's getting some very, very good coaching from his mechanic, Martin Thurston, who is Alex Thurston's father. And he knows a bit about what he's doing. When it comes to nitro engines and nitro racing. So what cars are these? The 9 and the 2. So the 9 that is leading this one, the yellow and white car, that is our 2nd place car of Delgado. So stay on the yellow and white car. Yellow and white car. Don't zoom in so much. And he's coming across the finish. Yes, he's finished. That's Delgado. And he's just run off the track. But he's still driving. But he has finished. Dan Jones has also finished. Del Aquila has finished. And as you can see, when they're running out of fuel, they just pull into the grass. And there's a finishing order. Dan Jones finishing 5 seconds behind Giachetti and Delgado. Remember, even if they're not finishing directly next to each other on the track, because 0.2 of a second on this track is not very far, everyone's on their own individual time clocks. Okay. More cheers for Zadro. I think we didn't show Zadro very much. Well, he's coming up in the GTE group in 3 races time, I believe. So Heat 4 is coming out. So in this one, let's see who we're going to be paying attention to, because we're not going to be following all the cars. So we're looking at GT8 results at the minute. Again, Catanzani and Mazzeo are the only, I think, potentially Arnaldi could take TQ if he wins it. If he gets a 0 and Catanzani and Mazzeo finish badly, that would put Alessio on a 4. And Andrea, well, he'd still have a 0. He'd have a 14. Arnaldi could have as low as an 8. But if he TQs, he would have a 3. But then that still opens it up to Beretta, Pelosi, and possibly Kilic and Senesi to TQ. But I think it's going to be between Catanzani, Mazzeo. Catanzani, he's got 2 zeros, and Alessio has a 0 and a 2. Arnaldi has a 0 and a 3. So all of that makes sense if you follow RC racing normally, but just basically it's a bit like golf, where if you TQ a round, if you're the fastest driver in one round of racing, you have a 0. If you finish second, you have a 2. If you finish third, you have a 3, and so on and so forth, down to however many drivers there are. So basically, you want to have as few points as possible, which means you've gone the fastest in that round of qualifying. So who could do it here? Izai, Kilic, and Senesi. Senesi is the best place at the minute with a 4 and a 4. And that's overall in the round, even though he's seeded 14th. Actually, Kilic is just 1 point ahead of him. And who's the other? Izai hasn't had a good run of Nitro. He's got 31 points. So him being in the final is going to be difficult, but he could do it. He won't qualify directly into the final. And speaking of finals, we're looking at the top, I believe it's going to be the top 4 racers to get into the final. What are we looking at here? I believe it's the top 4 drivers get into the final, and then the top 3 from each of the semifinals, and then one more from the last chance final, which is basically 10 cars battle it out for 10 minutes, or is it 7 minutes? I'm not sure. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. Okay, so we are ready for the start. Okay, so we're only really interested in the orange and the orange car of Senesi, or the white car of Kilic. So there's Senesi. Out of this group, he's the second best placed driver. Don't zoom in so much. He's the second best placed driver out of this group. But Kilic, after one lap, is leading this one. So I'll try to find him. Just stay on. Okay. It's the number 6 that we need. And that is the number 6 of Burak Kilic. Pretty sure he's running the Raptor from Gmar. Anyone in the live chat wishes to correct me, feel free. So at the minute he's on a 19.707 pace. He's going to need to basically just keep it as is. Daras is found his speed in the car number 2. But I don't think he's threatening to really move up too much. He's actually just behind Senesi in the current rankings on 10 points. So the 6, 2, and 5. So this is Senesi. And of course, they're going to be wanting to make sure that they make it to the end. You lose one lap because you flame out, or more laps if you're rushed into the pits by the marshal. That's basically the end of your qualifying. This is Senesi in the car 5, running his own designs on the Gmar Raptor. And this is the car 6 of Kilic. Just keep it at about this zoom level if you can, Helder. So Kilic doing nice and smooth lines. And he's still leading. His current pace, 19.709, so definitely much slower. But again, we're looking at, we're not comparing times to previous qualifying runs. I mean, you can, but it's a bit pointless because each set of runs is compared against all the other drivers in the round. Hopefully that makes some sort of sense. I keep finding different ways to explain things, and I realize sometimes it's not always entirely helpful. Gonna look for the car 2, because that is the other possible danger man out of this group of Daras, who's running second at the minute. Helder, just keep following the car, and I'll find the car number 2. But this is Daras there. A blue wing on the back of that one, not black. Metallic blue, looks cool in the sun. Just keep it zoomed out a little bit. There we go. Someone is upside down and someone's rushing off to get him right next to this finish line. So Daras here in the car number 2, that bright pink with the dark wing. Running second at the minute, 19.710. That's the number 9 who's been retrieved of Messina. He's not going to be troubling the A finalists. So Daras being chased and harried by Izai, but Izai is a little wild there. Daras did. Izai he's going to be going into the semifinals. I don't think he's going to be going directly into the main final. It's only going to be the top 4 drivers directly into the main final. So with 1:45 seconds left, and of course, once the finals start, we're going to be looking at about, 7 minutes for the first pit stop, and then probably about 6.5 minutes to 7 minutes. We'll see racers coming in for their fuel stops during the races. So it takes a whole other level of 4-dimensional chess to keep track of things. But we'll do our best. Luckily, we can try to get some good sleep tonight and have plenty of rest so that we can, I say we, I mean me, so that we can keep track of things. So this is Burak Kilic still leading away. Just come across 16 laps. So if he keeps up this pace, he'll be doing 3 more laps. So he's still on pace to do 19 laps in 7:09. That's a clear 4 seconds faster than everyone else out on track. So Daras doing well. So at the minute, if things stay where he is for the GT8 category, it's it's going to be a very tough fight for Burak. He'll qualify towards the... and he's just run out of fuel! No! That puts an end to his qualifying run. Oh, man. Look at these cars just falling to the wayside. What a shame. That was set to be a good run. So now we're looking at Senesi, he's running lean. Let's stay with this orange car. He's running out of fuel, but he's finished. He's finished second overall. So I'm sure his mechanic on the radio is telling him on the headset, don't worry, you're done, you're finished. You've had exactly the right amount of fuel. There's Izai also. He has finished on 19.718. So there is the finishing order, Kilic from the lead to fourth. So, yeah, that's about 6.5 minutes worth of fuel. Just a little bit too much on the throttle. And we'll see, obviously, I mean, things will change. So in the overall rankings at the minute, without the fifth and final group of racers who are about to go out on track, that has moved Senesi ahead of Kilic. Dares has fallen a couple of spots now. So what's going to have to happen, it looks like the timing is taking the best 2 runs. I thought it was best 3 runs. So it looks like Catanzani, unless Maceo can get another TQ and beat the second round qualifying run of Andrea Catanzani, but then Arnaldi could do the same thing as well. So Catanzani's fastest run was in the 4th run this morning, the 4th qualifying heat this morning. It was midday. So his second fastest time was in the second race, the second qualifying round yesterday, and that was the last race of Nitro yesterday. So Mazzeo has his fastest time is the first round of qualifying yesterday when the track was at its best, literally. So he will have to beat Catanzani's round 2 time, but Arnaldi also has a 0 and a 3. So he's on 3 points at the minute. He could also, if he TQ'd and beat, it's the same story. If either Mazzeo or Arnaldi TQ this round and beat Catanzani's second round time, they're TQ, and they're directly into the main final. At the minute, Filippo Beretta is tied with Pelosi for 4th. So it's between those two to see who will go directly into the main final or be on pole for one of the semifinals. So this heat is all to play for. There's going to be a lot of drama going on. And thank you very much to everyone who has joined us in the live stream. There's quite a lot of you already. So that's Beretta that we're following, but this is just practice at the minute. So basically, there's only 3 people who can TQ, who can be on pole. You can TQ around, which is different than being on pole for the race, pole position. So I think the 30-second time was just called. There's Beretta and I believe Mazzeo going into the pits, and someone is being very brave. That's Catanzani. So this is Catanzani. Okay, let's just stay with Catanzani for several laps here because he has 2. Oh, okay. He's going to be starting the clock very, very late. Let's stay with Catanzani in the yellow. So he's going to be the very last car to come out. He's going to have Beretta's already pulled off. Problem for Beretta. See him just there at the bottom of the pits, his mechanic just disappearing. But this is Catanzani, so I think Beretta is going to be out of it for going into the main final. Stay with the yellow car. So Catanzani with 2 TQs for the round. He was overnight TQ. He could be pole position on the main final for 45 minutes of very, very intense racing action tomorrow. And I think Beretta is now back out because I think that's him out. Or was that Mendonça? Very similar paint scheme. And Beretta's all over the back of... well, he nearly got into the back of Catanzani, who just put a pass on him. But that does mean that Mazzeo in the white car is currently leading this one. He's on a 20 lap and 7:20 pace. So let's stay with Mazzeo here. The car 2, that's Mazzeo. He's on a 20 lap and 7:22 pace. Which is much, much faster than, let me see, I need to see what Catanzani's second fastest qualifying run is. They're both 19 lap runs. So at this pace, Mazzeo will be TQ, I believe. Well, TQ and pole. So at the minute, this is all Mazzeo's race to lose. Of course, he's coming up on Arnaldi. Can you zoom out a bit when it comes towards us? There, just underneath you. Helder. He's coming up on the green car of Arnaldi, running his very old school bright green. No, we need to see the white. We need to see both the cars. We need to see both the cars. Here we go. And then nice and wide here. Here we go. So Arnaldi and Mazzeo, a little bit of history. These guys don't get to meet each other very often on the international racing circuit. So Mazzeo certainly catching Arnaldi. And I'm not sure which car this white one is that they're both catching at a very fast rate of speed, but we'll see them as they come across the finish line here just in front of us. It's the number 8 of Zanchetin. And Arnaldi has passed him. And so has Mazzeo. And Zanchetin has just flamed out. Oh man, disaster. Catanzani, how did he just leap up into second there? He was down in 5th. Maybe he missed a lap and they've given it back to him. No, it's just D'Angelo, Arnaldi, Beretta, Mazzeo, and Catanzani all together. At the minute, Mazzeo is on a pace to beat Catanzani's second fastest run. 19.7 flat, which is just faster. By a second, 19.702 is what he needs to beat. And I'm sure his mechanic, Mirko, is telling him, or his dad, telling him, you are on pace. And it doesn't look like he's trying to put any sort of pass on Arnaldi. So there's plenty of action going on elsewhere on the track, but this is the action that we're focusing on because this could be the pole position run. If I am understanding the rules properly, and feel free to shout up in the chat if I'm not, but if I'm understanding the rules properly, all Alessio has to do is beat 19.702 pace, and at the minute, he's 2 seconds faster than that, 2.5 seconds faster than that. He's getting closer and closer to Arnaldi. The referees at some point are going to be telling Arnaldi to pull aside and open the door. But there is history between them, and he gives him the space. And now Alessio has to pull away from Arnaldi to make sure that Arnaldi can't come back at him. And still the same exact pace, just clicking off 22 flat laps. Arnaldi's last lap, 22.6. But he did pull aside just a little bit, but you can see the gap is growing very, very slightly. And that's a 22.5 to a 22.5. And getting past, I'm not sure that's a car that's just flamed out right in front of them. Luckily, that didn't happen on the racing line. And very smart driver pulling aside. So Mazzeo and Beretta and Arnaldi have finished. Mazzeo with the 19.701, I think that has given him the TQ overall. And he's just run out of fuel. Just now run out of fuel. So let's see what that does to the overall rankings. Let's give it a moment for the computer to catch up. Hasn't caught up yet, but I think... Okay, so that car was still running, and it's now just crossed the line and run out of fuel. So we'll still give it a few more seconds just to see the official proclamation. So there's our finishing order. And you can see 19.701, which does beat Catanzani's second round TQ time. And Alessio Mazzeo's done it. He's done the double TQ, and it is 3 rounds to count. My bad. But he's got a 0, and a 2. Andrea Catanzani has a 0, a 0, and a 2. So he beat by literally a second and a half, or there or thereabouts. He beat Catanzani's second fastest TQ time. Fantastic job. That means that Mazzeo, Catanzani, Arnaldi, and Beretta are qualified directly into the main final. And the rest of these drivers I'm about to name are into the semifinals. So we've got Kilic and Senesi, Pelosi and Anton, Connolly and Valente, Campos and Mendonca, D'Angelo and Izai, Mauro and Barayona, Tarragoni and Zenchetin. So those will be sorted into the races overnight. Wow, that was a bit of a nail-biter. Great driving, great setup, great throttle control, and a wonderful engine setup for Mazzeo there. Thank you, I'm sure, to his longtime mechanic, Mirko, his dad, and the owner of GMAR, who was here working on directly on Alessio's engines. So fantastic result there for Alessio. Congratulations. He's the double TQ. So now we have a few minutes. Actually, they're supposed to kick off now. I think we might be running a few minutes late, which is fine. Yeah, it's open now, so but no one's going to go out. Oh, call me a liar. They are. Wow. Pretty good job, and that makes my job easier for getting TQ interviews just after these next 3 GTE races. So here's the next group of drivers that are out on track. So 10-second countdown has started. I suppose the timekeeper has just simply gone, well, if they're ready, let's just start them. Because they are all ready, of course. So let's get back to our moving camera. There's Sven Rodewald. First time running, maybe the second time running GTE Euros. So the nice thing now is I can take out my solid earplugs and basically it's going to be relatively quiet for the rest of the day. No more nitro engines except for some tuning from drivers that are maybe running in engines, which I really doubt they'd be doing this late in the stage. Right. So, Martin Anikic saying, "Game on, Z goes Zadro, car number 8." So I think that was Zadro who was just sliding along. Norik saying, "Go, go, my guys." Okay, Sven getting his way around. I think that was Zadro. We got to follow that white car there. Again, of course, we're getting kind of a 2-for-1 deal here. We've got Sven and Zadro on the screen. So lots of Zadro fans. Who else was there that we need to follow? A little bit wild there. So don't forget, after these GTE qualifiers, there's Heat 1, Heat 2, and Heat 3. Heat 3, TQ has already been decided, so we may not even see Alessio run, but I'm sure he's going to take the opportunity to get some practice and get used to the track conditions, because the first GTE finals are right after these drivers are out on track. So we've started exactly on time at 15:30. And the first of the finals starts at 5 p.m. So it's 1700. I'm just going to make a note. $1,700, which is 5 p.m. And then we have the 3 races, and then that's it for this evening. Tomorrow we finish, I think, at about this time tomorrow. So 3 finals today. Everyone in the GTE category gets 3 finals of 7 minutes each, which, if you watch last year's, it got pretty intense, I must say. Okay. So the cool thing is we'll be able to have the first of the finals on YouTube, the first of the A final on YouTube this evening. And then as we go forward with things, we'll have each of the finals separated out into its own YouTube video, which is quite cool. So we'll have the main finals and each of the three finals, each of the three A finals will be available as separate videos. And then the main final, the main 45-minute final, will be its own video as well. Oh, and the car 6 has just gone over. I'm not sure that we caught much of that. Helder was on it. I think, oh, yes. Ooh, just too much on that inside berm. Catches you out, and you're done. All right, so Sven taking that one with Carlo Benz, Franco Desiderio as second and third. So we'll see where that puts him. 19.705. It's wow. It's a lot faster than second place man of Carlo. So looking at who's in the second group of GTE racers, we've got Dario Vaselli, multiple European champion. Not in this category, but he's been working on the GT8 cars for a while with MCD. Tom Haka, very quick. Valentin Puziat, another large-scale specialist. Sultan Dong from China, not Korea. Here representing Hobby Wing and also racing. So this group of races ends just after 4. And then we have nearly an hour before the first of the GTE finals, the Final C. The track is available for drivers to head out. So come out slowly, slowly. Time has started. All right, sorry for the radio silence. Just trying to sort something out. Let's see what's happening here on the timing. Oop, I heard some Lexan scraping. Never a good sign. So yeah, just trying to plan the interviews that we're going to have with, well, I mean, it makes it easy for us because there's just one person interview, but we'll do 2 separate interviews. Because it has been quite a change from going from electric to nitro. And of course, I'm sure Senesi, our title sponsor for this coverage, is going to be very happy with Alessio's performance because he's basically running loads and loads of Senesi parts on his car. So Vaselli has just crossed the line. So these two, that's Turco and Haka. So yeah, we're kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone with these following these 2 around because we have had people asking for them. Gabriel Cunha saying, sorry to ask, I was in a business call this morning in British time. What is the schedule for this afternoon in Portugal? Well, you're currently watching the second to last qualifying heat of the day. I have almost an hour break at 5 o'clock Portugal time, or British summer time. The first of the A finals will be out on track, which is basically the C final of GTE. So it's mostly going to be the drivers who were just on track in the last heat. And then we have the first of the B finals, and then the first of the A finals. So what we tend to call. It's what we tend to call the C1, the B1, and the A1, and then the B2, C2, and A2 are all tomorrow. Which, check the time schedule for tomorrow to see actually when they are, because tomorrow is going to be quite a lot of moving around. We're going to start with the 2 1/8 finals, the B, then the A, and then the C2, B2, and A2 GTE races. And those are all 7 minutes. All of the finals or subfinals are for Nitro or IC are 20 minutes. So we have the 1/8 B, the 1/8 A, and then the second round of GTE finals, C, B, and A, final run 2s. And then the 1/4 finals, B and A, again, 20 minutes each. The main final A will then have a timed practice for 10 minutes. That's the 4 drivers who've qualified directly into the main final. And then the semifinals will both kick off, 20 minutes each again. And the top 3 from those will be promoted into the main final, 45 minutes. But before that happens, we've got the last chance final A, which is 15 minutes of what is going to be utter mayhem. There's going to be probably 1 pit stop. Well, no, probably 2, actually. It's 15 minutes, which is just a bit too long to do on 1 pit stop, because that's a 7.5-minute pit window. Is just not enough. So that is going to be utterly wild. That will be at 2 p.m. tomorrow. If you're going to watch one race tomorrow, make it that. But after that, we have the C3, B3, and A3. So if we don't have a European Championship decided in GTE before then, we're going to see all the drivers doing their utmost to, well, hopefully not have any penalties called on them. The main final will start at 3:15 Portugal time, and that is 45 minutes, so it ends at 4 p.m. And then we have the prize ceremony, which is probably going to be what's usually about 45 minutes after, because there's a protest time that drivers can do. And, of course, that did come into effect last time in Leipzig. So hopefully that doesn't happen again this time. So I hope that answered all your questions. And I mean, it helped me give some sort of mental time note, at least for myself. So Vaselli taking the win, and this one's 20 laps in 7:20. It's about 20 seconds slower. 7 to 20 minutes slower. Okay, so now there's our finishing order. Puziat, Sultan doing really well, finishing third there. You'd be proud of him. Mikhail Milanovic. As I'm just going to look for the memory stick, which is somewhere. So the next group of racers going to be out on track very soon. You see the hills and the windmills. Of this Douro region of Portugal. Lovely, lovely area. I'm just very glad that it's cooled off a bit. I mean, 28, 27 degrees is not cool by any stretch of the imagination for people that live in the UK. But it's a lot cooler than the 35 degrees that it was a couple days ago. I'll tell you that for free. So Burak Kilic, top seed. Alessio Mazzeo in the car 2. Not sure if he's going to actually come out or not, because he is already... has he captured TQ? He did. I just haven't refreshed the page. So he's got a 0, a 0, and a 0. And there's no one else who can touch him. Burak has a 0, a 2, a 2, and a 2. Adam Izai, the defending champion, has a 2, a 4, and a 5. So the best Adam can do is stay at 6 points. And that means Burak would have to finish, well, no, Adam can't beat that. Because the best, even if Burak explodes his car, he'll have 4 points. So Burak is at worst, well, at worst or best, I think he's guaranteed a second place on the grid. Adam Izai tied on points at the minute with Natanelli Senesi, but Adam has a 2 as his best result, and Natanelli has a 3 as his best result. So it's basically a battle for third on down from that point. So here's our final group, and if we see a white car come out of those pits, I don't know who else has, Zenchetin has a white body shell. So no one's doing any warm-up laps. Everyone's saving the batteries. That's Zenchetin in the car 3. Oh, sorry, I wasn't showing that. Yeah, Maceo's not running, which is... Oh, no, wait. No, that's not a number 2 on that one, I think. Okay, so time has started. Izai with the early lead, and then just taking... Oh, Burak getting a bit tail happy there. So who were we going to look at? Izai and Senesi are tied on points. So Senesi in the orange car, Izai in the blue car, the light blue car. Arnoldi not going to be threatening. I mean, he's almost certainly going to be in the A final, but he's not threatening top 3. So Burak here, I think this is our second place driver on the grid. Senesi's definitely... Is Senesi in the other white car? Oh, no, there's Senesi. Okay, so let's keep it between this orange car and the light blue car that's just about to cross the finish line. So we'll just swap between them. There they go. They're actually, yeah, they're nowhere near each other on track, but they're just one car apart, basically. So this is Adam Izai. Now just stay with one car for a few laps rather than changing direction like that. So it's the reason why we're doing this is because both of these drivers, Burak Kilic is basically, I'm pretty sure, guaranteed a second place on the grid. So it'd be great if we had loads of Burak fans in the live chat, but we don't. So we're just going with strictly by the numbers here because Senesi, who we're following, and Izai, who's the other blue car that we're following, this one here, just crossing the finish line, they're tied on points coming into this final round of qualifying. Adam Izai has a very, just one slightly better result than Senesi in one of the qualifying rounds, and that's the only reason why he's ahead in the current counting at the minute, in the current scoring. So it's between them, and you can see by every time they cross the line, Senesi crosses the line and he finishes on top. And then Izai crosses the line and he finishes on top. And then Kilic does the same thing. Sutric has just passed Senesi. I think Adam, he is an electric touring car specialist, and now a 1/12th European champion as well from earlier this year. I think Adam, at the minute, is going to be taking this, Let's see what the pace is, the forecasted pace by the computer. Izai, on pace, he's 6 seconds ahead on pace, on estimated computer pace, 6 seconds ahead of Senesi, who we're now following on screen. So 2 minutes and 40 seconds left of this one. So remember, this is not a battle for the lead per se. This is a battle for third place on the grid. So at the minute, Izai is winning it by 4 seconds from this driver right here, Natanelli Senesi, running a car of his own design. Well, parts of his own design on the GMAR Raptor chassis. Adam Izai here, the Hungarian, running under the Austrian flag. So clock is frozen. Oh no, 1.5 minutes now. So, yeah, so if we stick with Senesi here for several more laps, and then we'll go back to the blue car of Izai for the last lap or so, because I think Izai is going to be winning it. 21.8 to a 21.2 for Izai. 21.5 that time for Izai. Senesi doing his absolute best. He actually used to run an X-Ray, fitted with his own parts. So if you drop back one car to Izai, just hold it there and catch Adam Izai just here. There he is. Adam is going to be taking the win for this round, I think, with 20 laps. Electric proving to be a little bit easier on the drivers in the cars. So there we go, 20 laps in 7:07, which is not the fastest time that we've seen. It's faster than his own TQ time. Or, well, his own time, I should say, of in the first round. Okay, so that is the track close. We'll be back at 5 p.m. Portugal time. GTE finals, first rounds kicking off. The C3, the B3, or sorry, the C1, the B1, and the A1. Meanwhile, go check out what is happening on the rest of the RC Racing TV network. We've got ETS has been running all day. Catch up with the news from there and see what Bruno has done and what Ronald and Mark and Lucas have all done. And let me know, because I've got my own little tasks to do here. So thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back at 5 p.m. UK or Portugal time, and that is 6 p.m. Central European time.